I still need to grab a coffee. I was trying to get all my charts set back up after my computer crashed. But right now, oh, hold on. Subs up. Good morning, everybody. Ding, and all that. So right now, a break above 45.10 on ES or SPX is bullish. Range up to like 45.35. Call interest out of the money has been fading since the GDP report. There might be profit taking before we hit that level. Put interest is picking up to the downside. Hold on, I gotta turn Epic Pen on because it's not working. There it is. Is there anything else? Those seem to be the big ones. So, it's probably best to wait for some kind of confirmation of 45.10 or a breakout of 45.10. Yeah, that's it. I'll be right back. All right. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Sorry about that. Looks like ES got rejected on its test of 4520. Hmm. Get rid of that. Oh, I left you guys on SPY. Sorry about that. There you go. Let's see how this is going to build out, because the data wasn't so hot, and we already got some out-of-the-money profit taking. Not that that won't come back in. The 4,500 levels building up a little bit. So is 4,490 and 80. I mean, the bulls still have momentum in their favor, but it just may not be quite as good as it was yesterday. Why is SVX getting so gappy? Liquidity's turning into shit. You'll also notice that VIX is behaving similarly. Siri's doing a thing. I don't know how much of a thing it's going to do, but it started doing one. Fubo also looks like it's off to the races, and they're trying to turn Upstart around. Caterpillar broke 280. Fucking A. Well, that's cool. Stop. Jimmy shorted it open. So level by level on SPX today because it's so uncertain. Breakdown of 4,500 probably means a retest of, like, well, let's say a breakdown of 95 probably means a retest of like 80, but let's not go too far beyond that right now. Yeah, HE's getting a little excited this morning. A $10 Siri gonna print? I don't know. Probably not. Oh, fucking sorry, I forgot Discord. I got you guys. Sorry, Discord denizens. Did Apple do something to deserve the pump it's getting? It doesn't need to, it's Apple. I bought a 1 DTE on QQQ. I think we see tech crash today. Good question. No, I kind of wanted to go long Apple this morning. I don't think. So here's the thing: is I don't think Apple's going to lose too much momentum, but QQQ might get dragged down by everything else losing some momentum. Like Amazon just got rejected off of resistance. Netflix got rejected on resistance. Google's maybe getting rejected. Microsoft's doing okay. Meta also got rejected on resistance. So it may be that the some of the parts don't do so well, but Apple keeps up. Apple's got quite a lot of call side momentum going for it right now. I would at this price, at these prices, I wouldn't assume that anything is going to break down or break up. So give it a little time to shake out, because you know the bulls had a lot of momentum coming off of yesterday, but today's data wasn't good. Corporate profits weren't horrible, but growth is down, right? So one kind of trumps the other. I think I said it best in the daily DD. Yeah, yesterday's data wasn't good either, but we're not in the same position we were yesterday. There was liquidity to squeeze to the upside yesterday. The call side of the chain was stacked. We had momentum on the in the money calls coming off of the bounce on Friday, right? Like it wasn't the same situation. That's on CMT certification? Hmm. You left Spy on too long, and I like you boys now. I like boys now. You sure you didn't like him before that? Bad data, no worries. SPX 5000 end of week. Maybe. Hold on, I'm trying to manage this. Also, why the fuck are you... Why are you trying to get a CMT certification, Dwayne? Unless you need it as a requirement for a job, which I highly doubt. Um, it's about the most useless fucking thing on the planet. Isn't yesterday's data not good too? Yeah, Reddit post just says good morning. Refresh it. Uh, my computer crashed while I was writing it. 4505 straddle or big move's not likely enough to warrant it. We could end up range bound today, so I'd be careful with straddling here. As the holder of a 4500 straddle, it's meh. Good morning, Jen Jen. Financier in Somalia. Nice. do prop firms require like CMTs now or something? I'm still really hung up and confused about that question. The September 1 through 4, the SEC has 7 BTC ETFs to either deny, delay, or approve. This includes BlackRock and Fidelity's. This is the first 45 days of the 45, 45, 90, 60 ETF approval process. Okay, what's your point? No, futures haven't broken 45.20 yet, I don't think. Nope, testing it, but not broken it. Did you get the GME liquidity data reloaded yet? Yeah. Looks like they've got a little bit going for them. So, pullback, some shorting. Maybe some more. How much of that was in the pre-market? A little less than yesterday, though. It seems like they're just being more aggressive with their liquidity this morning. So, yeah, this should turn around. It'll take a longer time to turn around on the 4-hour, but probably still at the mercy. I mean, there's no real covering going on, so we're still at the mercy of the indexes. If the indexes drop and active fund liquidity flows in, they won't need to do a lot for the day. Volatility in crypto, yeah. I mean, I understand the outcome of it, but I don't really like trading Bitcoin very much, especially not right now. So corporate profits weren't complete shit. No, they weren't complete shit, but growth was. Growth pulled down hard, down to 2%, which is bad, right? That's significantly lower than estimates. And it shows contraction versus expansion. People aren't gonna like that very much. Positioning's still more important than the data, but they're definitely, and if it's not obvious already today, they're pushing into some headwinds. Someone I know is prepping for the CMT level 1 exam. I just wanted to know if it's even useful. I mean, as a private individual, I would no. You probably don't need it. You're, it's a requirement for some positions, usually like level 3, not level 1, and it's overpriced. It's usually an exam given to like financial advisors as they kind of move up the totem pole from useless fuck to I'm a useless fuck that manages slightly more money. No offense, poopy pants. Requirement for level 3 options? What? CMT? Absolutely not. All you need for level 3 options is money. Series CEO dumping some bags. I thought they just bought more. at like $4. I have level 100 self-awareness, but do you have a CMT? So the last 2 weeks when the Bulls kept failing to pump, were they not really trying? Why can they pump now? Just Jackson Hole. Well, they got a little bit of a foothold, which is what they needed to pump. The last 2 weeks, there were too many bears, so they kept trying to pump, but they failed. Can you say why KView is 50% shorted in the first place? They want to maximize the distribution from the Johnson & Johnson split off. And in order to maximize that distribution, they wanted to go long J&J and short KView. Now, they've pulled back a significant amount of their long positions on Johnson & Johnson, but they've really yet to do anything with KView yet. So it's a fairly basic arbitrage play, but they don't always unwind symmetrically. How's the core 1-3 slightly up, but VIX boofed? I wouldn't look at the correlation index on like a time frame of less than an hour or 4 hours. It's just going to be really volatile. Like if you're looking at it like on the 1 or 5 minute, it's not really going to give you that much information, especially near market open where volatility is kind of going wild on everything. Sold 1.3 million? Well, imagine selling the bottom. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I thought she bought like 280,000 shares though. I didn't know that she sold. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really fucking pay attention. But $1.3 million isn't a ton of stock. It's like what 200 something thousand shares. Doesn't she own like a few million shares? Jobs down, oil prices increasing though. Well, part of the yeah, oil prices are up, but Dixie's down. Um. Oh, by the way, futures is above 45.20. Should probably move that up. Mm, 5 minutes pushing. 1 minute looks fine. A little bit of momentum picking up. So you can't squeeze out the collar, so I wonder what the point of that is. One sec. So we got call interest at SPX 45.20, 25. A little bit coming in at 30, 40, and 50 as they build out the call ladder. Not much above 50, and 50 still doesn't have a ton of interest. So right now I would say resistance is 20 or 25. Gork, I'm green on tea. Holy fuck, I'm about to go shirtless. Yeah, it's been kind of turning around a bit. It's nice. I unwillingly bought the shit out of the dip. Well, willingly and unwillingly bought the shit out of the dip. So I'm happy that it's recovering a bit. All right, VIX down to 14. Okay, those are going back up. How's BTU doing this morning? Huh. A couple cents. Did I get stopped out? Okay, I guess I got stopped at a cat, but I didn't get stopped at it. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. It wasn't showing up for some reason. Okay. Why did you get stopped at? That's what I was trying to figure out, but it disappeared from my orders for a second. All right, where was I? No reason to touch that. Okay, that's moving back up. Just have no reason to close that. I guess it's cheaper than okay. Keep that open. Keep both of those open. What's Apple doing? Breaking up. Okay, nice. Don't worry, Greek. I'm here. I slept in and took a while to get set up. Also, busy as fuck with work. No worries, man. I think I'm PDT restricted on this until Friday anyway. But I did pick up like a nice 400% on cat. Well, 4 and 450. So that was cool. Nice. Thanks, dude. Yeah, it's kind of within my expectations. So, at least right now, probably a 45. Grind up to 45, 25, or 30. Yeah, Dork, HE's being a big Chad. Broke 14. HE about to blast? Maybe. It's fucking moving today. It's up 8% so far. Almost 8% so far. Beating myself up for missing cat. It wasn't like a huge run or anything. There'll be other opportunities, don't worry. I think I'm gonna cut my Apple debit spreads. Apple debit spreads are up like 100% already this morning. Well, 87%, but still. Siri doesn't let me average down my Jan 19, 2024 1175 calls. There's no liquidity in the strike, I would imagine. I mean, those are only going to print if, like, vol goes up anyway. Could Nakamura's speech tonight have any effect on the market? Yes. Very, very much so. All right, I think I'm out of cat across the board. So, that's the wrong. Ooh. Fun. Well, you're selling the 90, so I mean the relative price of the debit spread doesn't really change much until the 85 starts going in the money, right? Uh, so it looks like my buy order triggered at 9:36, so shortly after open. For some stuff like that, you know, you can price the option the night before and set up your order for the next morning. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes, especially on a limit buy or something, you may miss out, but on IBKR and I think Fidelity, you can set up conditional orders. Will HE20s even move? The weekly ones? Probably not. Not unless it really fucking rips today. Are you talking Apple? Well, I was for a second. Is it worth holding on to or go to a more liquid strike? It might be worth it to go to a more liquid strike. It might be worth it to just not be anywhere near $11 and have something that has a better potential of going in the money. Like all my shit on Siri now is like 4, 5, 6, and 7. Well, what I have left, which isn't as much as I had, but I rolled it out too. I think positionally I'm not profitable unless it tests 550. Yeah, 550. What are the odds that it really rips today? I don't know. I mean, they're kind of like HE. They're just kind of fighting back against it right now. Like eventually they're gonna have to cover, right? Because the stock's wildly undervalued and buyers are gonna keep coming in. It's also got like a 10% yield. But they don't want to, right? I wouldn't want to cover either. Especially not if I shorted it at like fucking $9. All of my series shit's for Jan. Ah, that's not true. I actually have some October 5s as well, but the rest of it's for January. I'm at home today because I think I have pink eye. Is this a bull flag? Is what a bull flag? Also, don't rub shit in your eyes. Is SPX a bull flag? No. Let's see any dividend on HE. Really? They just issued one on Thursday, the 17th of August for 36 cents. Old Sheezy, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. What do you think happens after they get GN? Does it expedite their de-risking or delay us dropping to 3,800? I mean, we'll see. There's not a lot of liquidity above GN, and it becomes harder because they have to fight back against the MM. So not too dissimilar of a position to what they faced in July, where, you know, it was hard to push up because the liquidity simply wasn't there, except lower and with even less liquidity. I'm just gonna ignore the entire earnings drop. I mean, not necessarily. read that HE are cutting the dividend. Well, they just issued one, so they haven't cut it yet. Ex-dividend date 8/16, record date 8/17, pay date 9/7, 36 cents per share. I don't know what the fuck you're on about, AJ. Look at a different source of data. They just go ahead and rip us 100 BPS in 2 hours like yesterday again. I wouldn't even care about my puts anymore at that point. Probably not today. 44.90 straddle up 600. Put leg only worth 2. At this point, is it worth cutting the call side to book profit, then let it ride out for surprise moves? I mean, I'd probably at least consider a stop on the call side at this point. Certainly seems like a lot of people are buying bonds, and the market's still going up. Isn't that liquidity being pulled out? Yeah, but most of the bonds are being bought by Japan and China, right? Apple's reached its price target? Yeah, it was pretty quick, huh? Don't worry, it can keep going. But yeah, I'm gonna set some stops on my debit spreads. If they don't explicitly say they're stopping the dividend, you never really know the next dividend is coming because you have to wait for it to be declared every time anyway. As far as I know, their dividend's still baked in for some time. Although I didn't do a lot of digging into their dividend because I'm not like buying the underlying or anything. Which Ninja Turtle was your favorite? Michelangelo. They don't explicitly say they're stopping the dividend. You never really know. HE said they're suspending their next dividend to boost their cash position. They were obliged to pay the most recent one. Okay. But that's just a suspension. That's not cutting it off. Yeah, a short-term suspension it's not the same effect as cutting the dividend entirely. Treasuries can be collateralized. It hasn't been a haircut on that yet. Actually, the DTCC announced new haircuts like last week. Made a quick 40% on the upside there. I really like the bullish above 510, bearish below 44.75 clarity. I tried to keep the sentences simple so you could read them. Donatello is cool, but he's kind of a nerd. How much liquidity left for HE? Oh, they have a shitload of covering to do. They're still deeply underwater. I probably wouldn't buy a lot of weeklies on it, but well, if they're at the money, maybe they're not so bad. Use the wrong words. I understood the terminology slightly wrong. Yeah, it makes a big difference. Like a dividend suspension, you're probably not going to lose a lot of long-term shareholders that are just sitting on their dividends. But if you cut the dividend, they're going to bail, right? Are pumps going bye-bye? I mean, we can get some profit taking here. Level by level. So if we fail 4520 on ES, maybe we see 4500, 4490. That would be 510 on SPX and 4495. VIX is picking up a little bit, but not much. Yeah, looks like. I mean, this can still turn around, but it looks like some call side capitulation. If I entered the short side here, I'd have a tight stop. I'm looking for SPX gamma neutral in the country club, but I can't find it. It's on the SPX chart. It's 450 or 4532, I believe. 4532 and change. If they cover on HE, how high can this realistically go? I mean, it could go back to where it was trading before, potentially. I wouldn't target that range because that's an insane move, but will you be bringing your Tinder dates to the new Chanel diner in Brooklyn? No. I actually like good food, not just overpriced food. A firm is hovering at its triple top. If it can break out, what's the next level? I have no idea. I don't watch that stock. It's like shitty upstart. It's technically broken the triple top and was on a series of slightly higher highs. Earnings was better than expected, although I still think their business model is garbage. I could just tell you Gamma Max. Gamma Max is currently at 21. It didn't test it on the last top in this range. It failed like $2 below it. But call interest is decent. Yeah, it could test GM. Was that de-risking? May have been. Yeah. could have been some profit taking also, or both simultaneously. Yeah, that's not going to happen with a firm. A firm's not going to do an upstart. Would a firm be next in line to see an uptick of spending through them? Yes, but they would simultaneously would see a higher default rate. And I know they carry some amount of those loans on their own books, and that's not good. One of the problems I have with the firm as a company is that, you know, they're gonna realize the risk of the loans that they offer probably pretty early into any economic pullback. Like, if you put all your bills together and one of them was for, you know, like some fucking item you bought on Amazon, that'd probably be the last one you paid. Apple hit PT heading down a bit or consolidating maybe. It hit mid PT. It's pulling back with the market. Did I get stopped? Yes. Yeah, I'm out. If the market starts to turn around, I'll re-enter spreads at the money. The firm finances pays out the merchant up front, then they collect the loan. See, that's a terrible fucking business model. That's what I like about Upstart is they don't keep too much of that shit on their own books, right? They're actively, you know, selling it off to other creditors. That's why I feel like they can float the market whenever they need, and the downside is contested as fuck. What will it take for a return to semi-reasonable valuations across the board? Just more of the same. It's not like we need like a big event to happen at this point, right? All the big events are in motion. Those conditions aren't getting any better, right? They're only getting worse, and the lagging effects of monetary policy are starting to be realized more and more quickly. A firm's gonna get fucked in the ass when consumers default. Yeah. I'd start breaking up. Not if Nvidia starts turning around. There's a little bit of covering going on there, but there's still a big short position on Upstart at 35. And not too small of one at 30. This can keep dropping. If you did enter a put when we talked about it, like back here. Ah, god damn it. If you did enter a put here, you want to keep your stop pretty tight because the bounce back from a drop this big could be pretty rapid. I would especially watch the 49 or 44.95 level and 44.90. Right now it's picking up momentum, which is a good sign. But eventually, you know, there's going to be some profit taking there. Depending on how at the money you bought your put, you may not have a lot of flexibility in the profits, so. I made 100% on Apple calls before my stops hit. Thanks, Gurk. Looks like you did a little better than me. I got stopped out at 87. I probably should have set them tighter, but whatever. Congratulations. That was the leverage on that was really cheap, so that part was cool. Gerg, you still long K-View? Yeah. So now that we're no longer hiding that we're a cult, I'd like to throw my hat in the ring for Supreme Pickle Cuck Wizard. How's the wife, Carl? Was there news about 10 minutes ago? I watched all morning and I entered a call at 45:20 right before the drop. Last 2 days I lost on puts. Fuck my life. Why would you enter a call at 45:20? Ugh. Never mind. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think there was any news. Any positioning moves coming in? I mean, some capitulation, which seems wildly obvious. Hmm. 4,500 is kind of the last line of defense for the downside. So a continued failure at 4,500 would be pretty bearish. Looks like we might get one. There's some in the money calls underneath us at 44.80 and 70. Although those may have taken profits already. For now a cult, does that mean my billionaire payments are tax deductible? I don't know what you're talking about. It's in the song. This isn't a cult. And shirt off. Morning, Gurk. You're looking ruggedly handsome as always. Cheers. Good morning, Pterodactyl. How are the Gurks? Instead of saying, why would you do that? How about telling them why they shouldn't have? I always feel like an asshole when I do that. Yeah, we were at the upside resistance. Right after we broke 45.10, I said that positioning was stacked at 45.20, maybe 25. Then we ran into a pretty heavy stagnation on the test of 45.20, which obviously isn't bullish for a continuation. So if you were betting on a continuation there and you entered a call, you would have wanted to enter with a tight stop, right? Like if all the call interest is at 45.20 and 25, you would expect profit taking once they go in the money. All cults say that in the songs. I don't know what you mean. I've never been a part of a cult. I talked to your mom, my mom last night. She says you're my dad. You're older than me. I'm a couple years older than you, but I think it checks out. My birth certificate should be in your P.O. box to sign. Thanks. FUD. I don't want to play TFT right now. I haven't played it in like almost a year. Back to school and all so that I can escape in peace. Nice. Was that hard rejection down potentially JPM? Or do they care about... They don't give a shit about the collar. They don't... They're not doing anything. It's just their little baby collar anyway. If China PMI tonight is more duty, can we tank overnight? Yeah, I mean, China could. I don't know if that's really going to tank US markets, but it's not going to be great for futures overnight. To be fair, you make money no matter what, so a lot of our moves seem dumb. Well, no, I mean, that was just not a well thought out entry, right? It was like an entry at 45.20 there is just kind of panicky and hopeful, like, oh, I missed out on calls, so I'm gonna get into them way too late at resistance without protecting the potential for failure. It's bad all the way around. Slow climb back up now, or does the downside continue? It could continue, but we need another round of sell-offs or de-risking. Everyone that bought puts at the top there is taking profits, right? So, and don't forget that the collar, which expires tomorrow, is going to add protection to any downside move that doesn't go sufficiently out of the money, right? Because the charm decay from the collar is going to push up on prices. So unless we lose like 44.90, maybe even like 44.80, that's going to be constantly providing some upward pressure. Today's going to probably be pretty shitty and range bound, but if we slip 75, then it could really move down in a big way. Not a cult, but just think of all the possibilities with religious exemptions. I don't know if you could build a religion based around finance successfully. I mean, I feel like we'd probably get raided, you know? In all fairness, we had the same stagnation at resistance yesterday before the big rip. Or am I wrong? We had like a little bit yesterday at, well, so yesterday was a bit different. We tested like 44.72, then fell back to like 62 and then ripped. And then we kind of just pushed up into the like ascending trend for a little while before breaking out even more. But all of that was more bullish, right? Like ascending consolidation. Hold on, I can just go back to it and show you. Where is it? This isn't yesterday, right? Where's yesterday? So this is the open. Where's open? The open's back here. So we moved up, right? And then our first consolidation was downward, right? That's bullish. But when you get like today's, I'll show you. Today's wasn't like that. Right, so we had like the highest part of the run at the beginning of the consolidation. Today consolidation just like moved up, right? And we got the peak here, which is kind of bearish. It's like upwards consolidation, usually not good. Now, I do realize that we had upwards consolidation yesterday at one point as well, but it also failed, right? This is when we were like grinding up against the long-term resistance, and that failed before recovering back up. Then it had a bullish consolidation at the end of the recovery, right? Which then broke up into the end of the day price action. But even if you don't know any of that, you don't enter options at resistance without a stop. So ignore all the fucking technicals, right? Just know that there's, like, you can go look at the options chain. There's more OI on the 45, or there was more OI on the 45.20 than the 25, right? So you know that the peak of the out of the money call interest is at 45.20. For it to move higher than that, more options have to come in. Otherwise, all the options below it are going to take profits on any failure, right? Or start to get stopped out. So if you're going to enter a call there in the hopes that a continuation is going to happen and more call interest is going to come in, you want that stop like right at the money, right? Because on any turnaround, you're going to get a breakdown of all the positioning. Yeah, I wouldn't re-enter Apple here. I mean, it didn't drop that fucking much. Um, but yeah, I mean, the consolidation there is not bullish. It's distributive. You're getting, lower highs on the back end of the consolidation on continually dropping volume. So Apple looks like it's going to fail, although 185 interest on Apple is quite high. So that's usually considered. I'll show it to you. That's usually considered really bearish. This. Like, this is a breakout of the failure, right? But it's very low volume. So if this starts to break lower, it's gonna start failing and volume's going to pick up. It still needs to fall below the previous trend, but not usually a good sign. Ah, lame. I know, I see VIX moving up again. Range bound between 44.90, 45.20, unless we break down below 44.90. So, like, below 44.90, it starts to get a little bearish, right? Because the only support is in the money calls. Then below 44.80 a little more, and below 44.75 a lot more. 44.50 we hit a put wall, so that accelerates the downside. Then if we get close to delta neutral, that accelerates the downside. Well, it creates a downside draw until you test delta neutral. They sold puts between 44.30 and 70 yesterday, so Vega would increase on a downside move below 75 as well. So the outer bounds of the range are possible. They're just less likely, right? Because if we don't fail 44.90, then Charm's going to pull prices back up to 4,500 where the sold calls or the expiring sold calls are. And then any leverage above 4,500 will be realized before it fails back below 4,500. So the tomorrow's collar, even though it's small, has some power on stabilizing prices in this range. I don't really know if Hawaiian Electric's FTDs are all that high. Not to mention all the contracts that are at the money are going to be setting stops in the event of a rejection if they bought it open. Yeah. Yeah, once downside starts to be realized, it accelerates, right? Especially if it's sudden, because everyone gets stopped out, and then all the people with further stops get stopped out. Then everyone wants to start panic selling because they're losing profitability. I've been AWOL for the past week. Also worth mentioning that 10 to 10:30 is the end of the euro market, and they often make their hedging positions around that time. Yeah, although that effect may not be that substantial, but yeah, it is something to note. I don't think it has as much of an effect as the fact that, lots and lots of calls went in the money all at once after open, but it does have some effect. It was a good opportunity to pick up at the money October puts. VIX seems low enough. I just bought 2 SPY 10.6 450. Okay. Was the liquidity worth it on those? I mean, they're not bad. Like VIX is pretty low, but how's GME liquidity? I mean, still shit, right? The price, like they're not covering. You'll know when they cover because the price will just go straight up. But I mean, they got some liquidity on the sell-off there. That helped them out a bit. So now they'll cover that and bring it back to mean. But diverging instead of contracting here. So if they're pushing back against it and not going with it, that generally means they have no intention of covering in any substantial way, at least for the short term. That's on J&J after hours. Candle down to 161. It's fucking meaningless, right? It happened in after hours. Is a hard rejection off 45.20 bearish? No. I already defined what's bearish for today. Below 44.75 is bearish. We could see breakdowns of 90 and 80, but they're unlikely to persist. Tips are not touching. They're contracting. They're moving towards each other. They've seen each other from across the room, but they are not touching. First, they need to introduce themselves to one another, get on a first name basis, find somewhere private, you know, and then the tip touching can commence. Is there some covering going on for Sava? I have no idea. I don't watch it anymore. I'm still trying to understand. You wrote today above 45.10, bullish to 45.35. Why wouldn't 45.20 be more bullish than 45.10? 45.20 is resistance, but so is like every strike on SPX. No, 45.20 was the resistance. So this morning, when I wrote the DD, the majority of call interest was at 45.10. As we moved up after market open, the majority of call interest moved to 45.20 and 25. 45.20 at the time that it rejected was the peak of the call side interest. I also mentioned this morning when the stream started that out of the money call positioning had started to drop off already. And that the peak of the call interest was at 45.20, 25. So no, it doesn't get more bullish as it goes up into the range. It gets less bullish. The more calls that get put in the money, the more likely they are to take profits. Unless you have more calls coming in, right? This doesn't look very bullish. It's not bearish. Not yet. If you were a betting man, where do you bet we close today? I don't know. We have pretty mixed and indeterminate data. But today, above 45.10, bullish to 35, means that on a test of 45.10, you enter a call, and then when it's profitable, you set a stop on it. Right? That's how that works. You don't try to play the entirety of the range. You don't buy 45.35s in the hope that they go in the money at the very edge of the range, right? You definitely don't buy a bunch of calls at resistance with no fucking stop. I think we see more de-risking soon with this consolidation. Possibly. Some tight consolidation here. What's going on? Not much, and probably another attempt to push the upside. Are we essentially in the same situation as open? 45.10 bullish. You could assume that a break above 4,500 here is moderately bullish. Tentatively. Like, this would be a situation where I would maybe enter a call with a tight stop, right? Why do my stop limits keep getting skipped? Because you're using them on 0 DTE contracts. And spreads are volatile. Also, you probably aren't setting them wide enough for 0 DTE contracts. I bought a bunch of 0 DTEs at resistance without a stop, and now I'm down. How could you have ruined me this way? I think you misunderstand how high is better to de-risk. The data today wasn't bad enough that they can't keep trying to pump. I mean, they're going to run into liquidity issues above gamma neutral, but it's much better to try to de-risk at gamma neutral when the market maker is going to buy the drops, right? Than it is to try to de-risk below gamma neutral, where if you pull back exposure, the price is going to tank really, really rapidly because the market maker is going to sell into the falling price. Could this be a Head and Shoulders? I don't know. It's not one yet. ES retesting 4520. Breaks above 4520 on ES. Would be bullish. Looks bullish. Resistance at 4510. Move my stop. And call interest at 4520 was 0 DTE. There's actually like I put all this in the write-up last night. I don't know what the fucking confusion is. Longer term call interest isn't very strong in the upside range. Like there's a little bit of a call ladder up to like 45.25, then it gets weaker after that. 45.50 is mostly sold calls. Nvidia's on its way to 500, I think. That seems reasonable. Like 505. Could be a little higher. But right now it's at resistance. But there's also a lot of sold calls at 500. So it may not break higher. Like Tesla 500 on Nvidia may just lead to more calls being sold at 500. There's a difference between reading the write-up and translating into trades that are profitable. I'm still trying to learn. I mean, I can't hand you the profitable trade on a silver platter most of the time. Sometimes I can, but I can really only do the analysis, and then your management out of it is entirely on you. Why did you mute the outro? Oh, maybe I left it muted because I played the bear song as the outro one time. Did you say a few minutes ago 4510 is strong resistance? No, it's resistance. It's an important break point. The write-up was written at a grade 11 level, whereas most of us are still trying to grasp hooked on phonics. Sink or swim? This is the elevator down, escalator up you mentioned yesterday. I mean that has more to do with the effect of selling and mechanically the effect of selling in the market, right? Upside price realization tends to happen slowly over lengthier periods of time, whereas downside price realization tends to happen rapidly. This is why like technical patterns that are inherently bearish are slightly more bullish on indexes, because all consolidation on indexes is weighted slightly bullish. So when you get downside moves, you want them to keep continuing rapidly, right? It's pretty rare to see an index like walk down for a long period of time unless positions fighting back against it really, really hard. I'm the litmus test. I made money based on the DD. You're good. All right. Yeah, I mean, popcorn traders, mentally challenged and illiterate, and he still made money. So I cut my 4535C with 33% profits. Better than nothing. That's like a really good trade. You're so kind. Entered calls again with a tight stop. Recovered all my losses on the initial entry that stopped out at a loss. Nice. I have a stop on the call I just bought, but it hasn't triggered yet. I think it will if we cross under 4508. Does this invalidate the head and shoulders on the ES 4 hours since June? No. Also, head and shoulders over long time frames on indexes are kind of bullshit anyway, but is the pattern still distributive? Yes. It's unfortunate that I had to learn better risk management from Revlon, but at least there's something from that. So you won't be buying any bankrupt companies in the future. Probably smart. All the easy to play price action happens when I'm in a meeting or distracted by colleagues. This is definitely not bias, I swear. It's interesting that all of the easy price action happens when you're not there. It's almost like it's easier to trade in hindsight. The broker blocks me for being out of the country. Wow, that's fucked up. Hey Girk, I bought 0 DTE calls at 45.10 with a tight stop, and I got stopped out for basically break even. Is this podcasting? Sure. I hope to be on Popcorn's level someday. Hmm. It's a big old VIX spike. Hello. I'd be so happy if this kit went dropped and picked up my fucking straddle puts at 44.30. Curious your latest thoughts on Express. Reverse split coming. Want to buy, wait to buy more until after? I mean, wait till after and then wait for them to short it after. I guess you could try to buy a lot now if you want, but the DMs found something interesting. I DM'd you. That can't be real, right? Ooh. Hello, Durick. Interesting. A little bit of put interest picking up there out of the money. So someone would like 480 to happen. Call sold off a little on the last drop. Yeah. Probably not enough though. Don't forget the charm at 4,500. Okay. What did you send me? Most heavily shorted ETFs. This website's usually wrong. No, it's not it's probably not incorrect. Usually XRT is somewhere above uh somewhere above 300%. PWC, I mean, this this is a factor of the way short interest is reported on ETFs, right? Or the way they estimate short interest on ETFs. So it's not that it's wrong, it just appears to be excessive. ETFs have infinite liquidity though, so the short interest is irrelevant. Like the short end as a percentage is irrelevant. When will Popcorn be good enough at trading to quit his day job? Asking so I can plan putting in my 2-week notice a few months after him. I don't know. They're covering early today. 1500, 915 ask side 4500p. 1900, 915, 4550p a few minutes ago. Multi-leg order that appears to include selling the 4515 short collars. Could be MM's opening collars. So buy the 45, sell the 4515. Short the 4450. I could yeah, JPM wouldn't be moving theirs. Probably just another collar that's mimicking JPM's panicking. 2 years as a pigeon whale and still the best investment I made. The journey is long, but your company is irreplaceable. Reminder to the pickle jar to seek help if they need. I got diagnosed at 35 with ADHD, and treating it is helping me succeed. Progress takes time and effort. Riku. Thank you, Arugus. I appreciate it, man. Also, awesome. I'm getting treated for that. I had a buddy who had ADHD when he got diagnosed with ADHD like in his early 30s, and like getting on medication totally changed his fucking life, which was pretty cool. I think Popcorn Trader has a really good job, if I'm not mistaken. That's why he can be such a terrible trader. NW, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. Give NW a shout out for hooking you up. Think we'll test 4,500 again? Maybe. We got a higher low here. I mean, everyone, you guys are trying to really play very tight price action, but we're kind of butting up against resistance on futures. This could really break up or down here. It's volume's not very impressive either way. I just wouldn't do anything, or I would straddle it. It's true and a bit depressing. I mean, you're better than you were last year. Your progress may not be the fastest, but your determination will keep you in the game. Can attest to that as well. I thought life was just always hard for everybody, and I got medicated and realized why normal people can just be okay most of the time. That's awesome, man. So Japan and China need to buy treasuries to stabilize their economy, currency, but also need to sell them to have money to stabilize their economy. Sometimes. It depends on which one's at risk. I have a call that the MM is keeping right on the cusp of my risk. It's so fucking annoying. That should just tell you that the MM also has that call. I feel like in the last 3 weeks, I've heard some smart things from Popcorn. He's actually getting better. My friend described it to me as it wasn't. He didn't say that life is still hard regardless of if that problem is solved or not. But he kind of described it like everything seemed harder than it needed to be, and then it wasn't anymore. How do I get medicated? I mean, you may just not have any issues, which welcome to reality. It's super awesome. Believe it or not, I'm regarded, but not simple jack levels of regarded. I know. That's the best thing about you. Is that you're not actually regarded at all. You just do stupid shit when you're investing in stuff. You have an extremely high risk reward tolerance. I too can attest to proper treatment helping with trading. Ever since I started a proper scaping routine, I'm so much faster and streamlined. Fast, profitable trades can be yours also. It really helps you just plow through the liquidity in the market. Fortunately, that does not carry over to my day job. It's good that you're able to compartmentalize it. Popcorn's been on the up and up ever since he completed the I Know My 1, 2, 3s course. You know, combining the literacy with the understanding of sequential number orders has really helped him out a lot. I think it just means I have a gambling addiction. No. You make enough money that it's a gambling habit. People who are wealthy aren't crazy, and people who have a lot of money only have cocaine habits, not addictions. Addictions are for poor people. Addictions only happen when you can no longer afford the thing that you're addicted to. It's called short-term derivative speculation, and it's classy. I like to think of myself as a high-speed insurance trader, dork. Riding the fine edge between premium and policy. My IRL job has me surrounded with people who I view as mentally handicapped. Should I buy them meds or send them to work for British Petroleum? You could do both. They have free healthcare. ADHD for me is like building a house of sand while everyone else gets to use concrete. Every few months, something would come to destroy it, and I'd have to restart. Making no progress is frustrating. I could see that. I don't know. I probably have all kinds of undiagnosed mental disorders, but I prefer to leave them that way. Every farmer just died inside. Are you grabbing puts? I did get stopped out of my calls. Um, no, not yet. You know what? I might grab puts in like 10 minutes though. I just added a second monitor to my setup so you can say things are starting to get serious. Oh shit, you're gonna double your profits. Can you talk about the potential bar formations for Nvidia and Netflix? Netflix and Nvidia have already completed bars. I think you're missing the other part. The bar is the retracement back to trend. Both Nvidia and Netflix are in the run part. So they bumped and ran. but they're not, they haven't pulled back to the reversal part. When you hotkey your orders, do you already have the strike selected and just hotkey a limit order, or how does that go? Usually market for hotkeys. I do have limit hotkeys as well, but it just hits the mid on the strike, and then I have them like $5, $10, $15 out of the money, call, put. So it's like one, two, like num. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, that's backwards. IBKR is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $7.89 or 0 DT YOLO hotkeys. No, if I'm YOLOing something further out of the money than that, and I do it manually. That way I can feel the pain through the entire process. ADHD and autism is a great combo. Good for some aspects of life, bad for other things like relationships. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I have either of those things. Or I have both of them a lot. Do you want to buy puts in a few minutes if we hit 45.05? I feel like I'd actually be more interested in buying them if we hit 45.15, but a rejection here would I would also consider. So yeah, not necessarily 45.05, but like the underside of 45.08. And I might like scale into them after that. Also, Lil Bid is my rap name. Is the test of 45.30 off the table for today? I mean, it's off the table for now. We could just as easily break to the upside of 45.10 here and then move up further than we did earlier, right? Although this does still look distributive and kind of bearish. The data this morning wasn't particularly good. And out of the money call interest above 45.25 largely sold off in the early part of the day. So if they're going to target gamma neutral again, they're going to have to rebuild some out of the money call positioning, which should telegraph the move if it's going to happen. Skimming against a resistance like this at 45.10 is indicative that we'll break it since it's not been a hard rejection. Not necessarily. We got a hard rejection on the last breakout of the resistance. It just recovered. And yeah, we know because of the charm decay at 4,500, there's some buying there, right? So finding support closer to 4,500 is not unlikely. But if we were to break down below like 45.05 and start to pressure that, then we could fall below it. In which case, the market maker would still have to pick up some negative hedge. which we saw earlier on a breakdown of 4,500, right, where we got this like little continuation before reversing. You can actually almost see the exact moment, like we get a bigger volume candle, like the exact moment the market maker picks up that 4,500 hedge right here. It's not a lot, right? The further down we went, the more they would have to pick up, but that's basically what's happening there. 128,000 OI on Nvidia, 500 Cs. They appear to be short on the smile curve. Are we about to see a short squeeze? Or we're just about to see more people sell $500 calls on Nvidia? But yeah, if they pull them back, it's not going to be a short squeeze, but it can run. This is like 90% of the upside price action on Nvidia, Randall. Is just people pulling back short calls on drops. About to break down? I don't know. I just got a couple puts. Think the cat sees some downside? If the rest of the market drags it down, but I guess we'll see. If short calls reaccumulate at 280, then possibly. Maybe not much though, and I think there's still call interest there. But Caterpillar's it's very index exposed. It's pretty heavily weighted in both Dow and SPX or S&P. So it's impacted by index moves quite a lot. If it slips back below 280, expect the 280 strike to get sold again pretty heavily. $45.10, $45.15, weekly bear call. Let's go Nvidia. Oh, that's risky. Why market's so boring? We're range bound? SRF bussin' like a lot? Or is this like something squeezing but it's only up 30 cents? Ooh, fun. I like it. Are all those market order hotkeys for 0 DTEs? Or how does it buy based on your current selected expiration? I'm always impressed with the end of day straddle purchases with one click of a button. I mean, end of day straddle purchases with one click of a button are because I've set up the trade already. I don't have any hotkeys for end of day straddles. But what was the other part of the question? Yeah, currently it's, well, they're set up for 0 DTs, so it's the current expiration. Although it doesn't always auto-select it, and sometimes I have to manually select the expiration. I should have held UEC longer, probably, given that it's like a 2-year play. Good morning, it's great to be here. Really ending. Leaning into the cheese jokes. I like it. Their VIX getting shorted. Break up? Bounce? Maybe just a brief one. Mm, 15, 20. 4,500 call interest is picked up quite substantially. Maybe another test at 20 if they keep shorting VIX here. 15 or 20. This is the futures test. Well, now we have calls and puts, and both have stops. I guess I'm good. I'll just wait it out and see which way it breaks. I should have sold my 45.30 before. I would love that. I don't know if they're gonna be successful, right? Because even though they're buying 0 GTEs out of the money on SPX right now, they still have to get through the resistance on futures. And if futures dumps, they'll get fucked. So we'll see. VIX is climbing down. So my assumption here is that we at least get a brief break to the upside. I don't know where we'd end up there. Hmm. So they rolled sold puts down. How does that not drop the market if it's significantly less delta? They roll them out and down. Seems like a golden opportunity for long puts. What would you be looking for to confirm a long dated trend down? Stronger rejection, probably off of a more important level than 4,500. I still expect them, especially given the fact that we've stabilized here after 2 rounds of bad data today. I still expect them to try to use the collar expiration to provide liquidity for their push up to delta neutral or gamma neutral. If we end up at 45.50 on futures, do you think that was more de-risking? I mean, I think there's de-risking going on pretty constantly. We're getting a lot more short VIX today and like vol control, so not as much de-risking as we saw on the upside move yesterday, but definitely some. I think they're more worried about the near dated, like higher strikes and getting those moved further down the chain and further out. And then a lot of the like the vol shorting that's going on is happening higher on the chain but shorter dated. The PC tomorrow on a long weekend, I really struggled to understand why we don't see more de-risking. I mean, I don't think they care about PCE very much. I don't think anyone cares about PCE very much besides the Fed. The long weekends doesn't seem relevant. Gamma neutral on SPX is 45.32. Mork mentioned Dork mentioned a currency swap yesterday, creating massive synth liquidity. So it's do or die for them, but they also expose themselves to more duration risk. Well, you can't have one without the other. Yeah, I mean, historically, election years have no statistical. Mm, well, they do, but it's pretty low. Like the correlation between markets staying stable and election years is largely unfounded. I don't know why people get into that. It's kind of like seasonality. Although seasonality has more basis in fact. Bigger worries are exchange rate risk and floating rate risk, the latter only being a maybe if that's the terms on their swap. Well, no data, right? That's the problem with getting too much into the swap space. If we play the bear song for the VIX, might be able to crash the market. 45.55 a possibility? I don't think right now. Right now, probably 20 or 25 is the top of this move. Did I stop out of my puts? Okay. Tesla did a little peener. Yes, it did. How much is the 87,190 on Apple? $75? 192.50. $96. Ooh. Might re-enter Apple here in a second. AMC's moving. Is Jimmy gonna follow? Jimmy liquidity seems fine for right now. Upstart's getting a little bit more momentum. Good morning, John. Jimmy's still on track to run up to earnings. It's still realizing liquidity, but slowly. Not in a way that signals a run, but in a way that signals the avoidance of one. If SPX hit 45.20, my call pace for my shit entry on puts. I think it likely will. It's probably gonna test 21 or 25 here. Well, unless we get some kind of rug pull or something. I mean, I'd still have a stop, but you could probably be a little looser with it if you bought under 45.10. $4,600 by end of week. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not gonna lie, this thing looks pretty primed for a test of 45.25. Yeah, it's in their court, but there's no liquidity. They need someone to squeeze, right? Like they have the MM on their side right now, but if we hit 45.30, then they're all alone. Yeah, it still looks like 25, maybe 30. 30's picking up. You take a look at my boy Zom. Breakout or reject at 112. Should be picking up some interest in the oil prices today. Resistance. I mean, no resistance really till like. I don't know. It's going to depend on oil prices, right? Like last time it tested 112, oil prices shat the bed. If they don't shit the bed this time and they push up to like 84, 85, then it'll break out. Four-hour is bullish as fuck. On what? SPX? No, it's not. It also looks like a bear rally. Too high, too fast. I didn't say Jamie's gonna squeeze. You look at the same spread for Apple? No. I'm picking up 87.50, 92.50. So a quarter step higher. Ah, yes, the classic Icarus formation. I mean, historically, on SPX, there's several papers on it, but big extreme shifts in like open close variance tend to retract really quickly, especially upside ones. I mean, it's partially a bear rally, right? It's driven by a lot of like, I mean, the stabilization in the downside move was on the back of like 4400 and 4425 and 4450 calls, right? So it was like out of the money call buying, pushed into the money by uh put capitulation last Friday. What's HE doing? It's not above $14. It's still a liquid as fuck. They're still covering on it, but very slowly. What's the most impactful data tomorrow? I mean, PCE, right? Which is expected to remain pretty flat. I think the year over year is expected to move down due to base effect. That might not happen though. Like if month over month is above 0.3 or 0.4, then year over year is going to move up. Then they have to oscillate back to slightly scared of the Fed. Are you saying we could see 4350 rapidly? I mean, define how rapidly. That's still like a 200 something BPS move, but in a matter of a couple days, that could happen. I don't think there's anything coming up that's going to be impactful enough for that. Maybe if unemployment jumps really hard or something, but are we going to test 44.95 again? Before this breaks up? I don't think so. I think the pressure to the upside is going to continue here. Is HE over 14 significant? Every like 50 cent level on HE is significant. Are they just selling 4480s and 90s to buy 4530, 50? I think they're selling like 70s and 80s. Maybe some 90s. But yeah, essentially. I mean, that's how the pump works, right? You sell duration on the short put, and then you buy a lot of leverage on the low duration long side. They're essentially like highly levered synthetic longs. I think I'm opening a short position on Upstart after potential covering the rest of the week's data shakes out. Is there a price you expect them to try to keep it under while covering? If Upstart breaks 35, it'll probably rip. I'd be more interested in playing the side of the options chain that's being pressured right now. Can you explain duration? Number of days. The duration, like, I feel like the definition of duration goes a really long way in explaining duration. It's a very literal term. It seemed a little more stacked this morning than the last couple of days. Is Apple getting ready for another leg up? I sure hope so. I just bought more debit spreads on it. Do you remember a while ago when SPX rocketed 30 BPS at close, and the next day it dropped 30 BPS at close? A trade closing out and the MM doing something the next day? I don't remember. I mean, that's happened hundreds of times, but having like offset like close variants like that isn't uncommon. And yeah, that can be like larger positioning, either you know, selling a low variance or buying higher variance on close, right? I just want to let you know that for every $3 move in either direction, I'm going to ask if a large move in that direction is possible by the end of the day. I'm aware. Fuck, stopped out again on calls. Where are the bulls at? What the fuck? That's what I get for watching Apple. Dirk, you're supposed to warn me about these things. So I don't spend $5,000 to make 30 bucks. MM's just having a theta barbecue. MM wins today. Maybe. Yeah, but does that get more bearish now? What about the out of the money calls? Cork, I'm trying, okay? It's okay. I made more than $30, but not enough to be worth the entry. It's my fault. I was busy watching Apple. I'm trying to buy more debit spreads on it like an asshole. Ugh. Did you get stopped out of your Apple spread again? The earlier one. The one I entered at open, yeah. I'm entering one right now. 87.50 to 190. Buy the 87.50, sell the 192.50. The price on it's not really changing much though. $45.15 slingshot to $45.20. Maybe, but I got stopped out, so now I gotta buy fucking calls again. Hopefully a couple like back down to 45.10 so I can get an entry. I could buy the 20 here, but it's risky, right? Making 30 bucks in a day, gross, looks around guiltily. I got stopped out of 45.10s at 45.13, so it's more than 30 bucks, but I also took a dollar loss on the shorts, like the puts that I had open when we were chopping. So $10 loss there, and then $2 slippage from the peak on the calls. So total profit was like a few, like, I don't know, like 70 cents a contract or something like that. And plus fees. I'll get so fucking burned if that happens. What? Oh, if 45, like, if we bounce here and slingshot up to 45.25, I'd be pretty fucking pissed too. Tom Lee is going to be considered the Michael Burry of bull markets. He'll just be forgotten. Like all perma bulls. No one ever remembers them. I just bought a SPX put for December 29th. How nice of the MM to have an expiration on my birthday. I'm thinking below 4,200 by then. That's a wide range. Quick Gherk, I just got on and I have no idea what's happened the last 2.5 hours of the market. Not a lot. About to go to a meeting. Need to know puts or calls. Nice try. No, I only had 10 contracts, Gen. I'd be annoyed if Apple doesn't hit 200 in 10 minutes. Oh, thank God I bought some Theta. So, Dork, you know that big fat pile of HE calls that I showed you that I bought at 45.15 or 14.50? I thought they expired Friday. They don't. I bought them for September 15th. I'm a fucking genius. Which really makes me question why I bought $20 calls for this Friday, but whatever. Hmm. Oh, Jesus Christ. Torque. um, so remember how I said I was gonna do like risk management things with that one account? Um, so I might be the OI. I might be like most of like 50%, slightly more than of the OI at the strike. Uh, so there won't be any slippage on that, right? Definitely not. Just the market for a little while. Okay. Hey, I have that strike. Excellent. Win NQ 1600. I don't know. I just want to retest 4510 so I can try to buy another call or a put or something. I can be your exit liquidity if you know what I mean. Butt stuff? Trying to get out of a tut mistake? What's your current view on the situation? How bad of a mistake is it? It looks like it could test 280, then potentially 3 if it breaches the current level. Thoughts? Um, if you get a good run on IWM one of these days, then yeah, I don't think breaking 3 a little bit's out of the question. When vol? Like volatility or volume? Because they both suck right now. Yeah, well, Dork, shockingly, I actually got a pretty good fill on those, given that I'm the only person there. AB&B week after yesterday's run. Um, hmm. At resistance, but could definitely break up. Is already breaking up a little bit, so Like I don't think I'd go short here on it. The market maker was like, "Fuck it, fill that shit." Basically. I mean, they're down, but not much. I thought Lenixis said we were going to $12 or lower. Why doesn't he just submit his DD directly to the FBI so they can ghost his trades? I don't read it either. Do you like Apple spreads for 9-1 or later? I'm just buying them for 9-1. That was just him using reverse psychology on the market makers. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hmm. Interesting. Are there any books in particular that you would recommend as a good introduction to the kind of macro stuff you guys discussed during the Sunday stream? I have a list somewhere. If you DM me, I'll send it to you for like just basic macroeconomics. Yeah, there's a couple books. Pro-Chinese governments in Africa are getting overthrown, and the CCP can't do anything about it. It's pretty funny. I mean, if I owed the Chinese $1 trillion, I'd overthrow my own government. Can this rising wedge fail back to 4,500 now? I mean, it's bullish though, right? Big red candles incoming? Maybe after we break 45.20. Just draw a huge X on a whiteboard and call it supply and demand curve. Todd's been replaced by AI Todd. Nice. Good news, my rental property looks like it will only have a 5-foot storm surge and 75 miles per hour winds. So basically a non-event. Isn't 5 feet higher than the entire state of Florida? Can you please use your big black rock to wreck this petite uptrend? Speaking of Florida, how's Zakir? I don't know. Is he in the path of it or not? I can't remember which coast he's on. It's not in Florida, it's on Hilton Head Island in South Carolina, and my property elevation is 11 feet. Winning. Ugh. I'm gonna put a trail stop on my call here and then get some lunch. What do you think, Dork? If I put a trail stop, am I gonna get robbed? Probably. Yes. I'll do 10%. That way I just risk the profits from the day. I want 45.25. It was promised to me. Popcorn Trader said, I guarantee it's going to 45.25 in my DMs. Oh. All right, I get stopped out at 45.13. I'll be back. Back. Stops don't work on 0 DTEs? Looks like they did. Fuckers stopped me out, Gork. I wasn't even here. They didn't get me. You're too tight, man. Are we going to reject off 4520 again? I don't know. Maybe. The crawl up here is shockingly slow, given that there's nothing but call interest all the way up to 4525. That stop was the difference between being potentially being blocked out of 0 DTEs that are worth a shit, or being able to fight another day. Fair enough. Popcorn Trader actually going to be right? I was kidding. Popcorn Trader didn't actually DM me. Well, I mean, he has in the past, but it's usually just things like Secret Penis or like Marker on Yahoo Finance charts. Do you still have a bearish outlook for the end of the week? Not as bearish, but yeah. I'm looking for a new chef's knife. Have a favorite? Oh, I have a lot of favorites. How often do you use it? What's your proficiency with sharpening? What kind of knife do you already have that you prefer and are comfortable with? And are you meticulous about the care of your items? Or do you need something that's going to be a little bit more durable? They're for cooking, Grim, too. Picked up a Wusthof Classic. Definitely take care of quality things. Okay, so you prefer the more like Western style handle versus Japanese? Do you slice chop or rock chop? Rock chop? Oh, that's a little tougher for me. I don't have that many Western style knives. Check out Corin's line of hold on.
I'll send you the link. How much do you want to spend? What do you have for Japanese style? I'm trying to think of the names off the top of my head. Get a Gyoto. Santoku? I have a Santoku. Oh, just like the types of knives? I have like Nakiri, Santoku, Shijiki, a couple Gyotos, a Deba. But I don't remember the individual knife makers off the top of my head. It doesn't really matter. Most of them are pretty good quality. Check out here. I'll send you the link for these. These are more. They're still a Japanese blade, but they have like a Western handle. Look at their Nenox line, like the 8.2 inch to 9.4 inch, or like 210 to 240 millimeter Gyotos, and those are I think they're powdered steel and they're stainless, so you don't have to deal with like oiling them or worrying about if they get moderately wet or covered in an acid. And then if you want to try a wah handle, they have them. Yeah, they have them. They have them like that also. But if you're not used to it, you might not like it. Are you the owner of a wok? I do have a wok. At what express price will you just buy the company? I don't have enough money to buy the company. I don't even own that much, right? I'm like 20 something, 30 something thousand shares, but at like a cost basis of like 60 cents. Well, stopped out, dork. My favorite knife is an Usuba. That's the one that's kind of like It's like in between a Nakiri and a Santoku. Want to know what contract I had? 45.35? You're really skirting the edge of gamma there, huh? It was early in the day. Oh. Oh, you didn't get stopped out of it earlier? That's... No Toyota or Nintendo knives? No, but I do have a knife that's made by Kyocera. My conviction in being able to not get fucked on my exit had me remove the stop, then sweat for an hour, then get stopped out anyway. Nice. Those Kyocera knives are great for metal detectors. Smart. Huh. I never really thought about that, but yeah, you're right. I have a 550 white steel 2 Deba. Trading durability for sharpness, but it's beautiful and absolutely massive. I wanted it to be long for one continuous draw, but it's a veritable massive steel. Well, the long ones are the like the Shijikis, right? Or mm, there's another one too. The Kuritsukes, right? Those are like the really like the ones that look like fucking samurai swords. I don't know what the fuck you need that for unless you're like prepping bluefin tuna or something. Yeah, literally like a whole one. I have a like a fugu biki, which is just made for slicing fugu. Um, I've never used it, and it costs like $1,000. I may actually go bluefin fishing this weekend. If I catch a puffer fish, I'll send him your way. I mean, I didn't buy it to actually slice puffer fish. I want a nice fillet knife. Just get like a like a Victorinox or, oh god, what's that fucking brand of kitchen knife they keep at like every butcher shop in the world? Uh, it's like a commercial brand. They have like big rubber handles. I forget the name of them. It's not fucking Cutco. Maybe Gerber. Bad Dragon. Probably just Victorinox is like the best one. If you're just getting a fillet knife. That's what butchers use. But they also need something that they can hone like every 5 minutes. I don't think Dork's doing a lot of saltwater fishing. Just a wild guess, but assuming this retest of 45.20 breaks up, did you say 45.35 is our next target? Nope, 25. I'm not even sure 25 is still possible after the recent sell-off. Have you seen the hot girl that does knife reviews on YouTube? Fire. No. Dexter Russell? Yeah, Victorinox are better than Dexter Russell, though. But that is the brand I was thinking of. My experience, the ocean is sick. I was spoiled with absolutely premium fish. I drive to Logan Airport every Tuesday and Friday to pick up fish from Tsukiji Market. Otherwise, parasites. I mean, it has to be frozen anyway, right? So does it... Like, it all has parasites in it. That's why they deep freeze them. Squamsk, are you a sushi chef? Face mites, best mites? Overton Fine Dining inside Millennium Tower? Oh, okay. I know where that is. That's like around the corner from State Street, right? That's all that. Have you ever held multiple knives in your hands and pretended you were Wolverine? Yes. My friend lives in Millennium. I know someone who lives there too. Is your friend a cokehead who works for State Street? In which case, we might have the same friend. Could Apple hit 190 by Friday? It might actually hold a weekly overnight. Scary. I don't know, but I'll probably close my debit spread at the end of the day. No, he's a real estate broker? Oh, okay. Never mind. I became a sushi chef not because I was good at it, but because I loved it. I miss it so much every day, but I need to think about retirement. My Katsuramuki technique was flawless. Cucumber spirals? Yeah, I know what they are. One of my best friends has a sushi spot here in the city. He's almost as weird as you, and also has a weird obsession with feeding cats snacks. If there's a sluice box at the side of the river, expect it to get a boomstick pointed at you. Well, you're doing your poaching fish in private sections of a river. I thought you were talking about trolling for prostitutes when you said you'd packed your rod and poached some gold miner plots. I thought it was my mistake. I assumed it was a euphemism. Does this mean I can't open positions? Um, you should be able to open positions. Although I don't know. If you have PDT protection on, you won't be able to. Did you say you doubt we get up to 45.25? No, 45.35. If you haven't had gas station sushi outside of Beaumont, have you really lived? I mean, I, maybe not. Any chance for a pullback to 4,500 today? Yeah, I mean, we could get a failure similar to earlier. I will say that out of the money interest isn't picking up significantly, despite the slow, grindy price action to the upside. Although it's still very early in the day. we go into a recession, do you think all these fancy restaurants will shut down in New York City? I mean, if they survived the pandemic, they'll probably be fine. You have to be like a special kind of moron to have an unsuccessful restaurant in New York City. Or you have to get fucked by your landlord on your rent. One of the two. But no, it's not. It's lunchtime. Ugh. I mean, the really nice places aren't going to go under because rich people aren't going to stop eating there. Profit margins are so thin. You think they'd be getting you think they'd be getting better given that, they charge like 20% more for every item on DoorDash. When I want seafood, I just skip the extra step and eat the plastic directly. Why not both? At least flavor your plastic. In general, restaurant margins are thin. Most people that run restaurants are not good business owners. Restaurant margins shouldn't be thin if the place is well run. La Bernardin, it's good. Very fish focused, but very good. Do you expect a test of GN today? I don't know if they'll get it. Right now, there's not a lot of positioning to the upside of 25. So I don't think so. That could change in the latter half of the day, but so far, no. I'm more focused on the 25 resistance than anything else. I'm not really, to be honest, I'm not really focused on that. I already got stopped out of the calls that I had. Good restaurants tend to be owned by people that are passionate, that aren't necessarily good business people. And those are the ones that are most likely to go under. I just got back from my meeting, so now puts or calls. Do whatever you want. Nice try, though. High end, good margin. Low end, low margin. Tell that to Chipotle selling $20 burritos to literal fucking, like, out the door lines of people. They're not even good. I saw the bear. I didn't like it very much. I don't know why he's got to have a fucking crisis 5 times an episode. It's just too much. It's like I got the plot that his brother died, and now it's just like 2 seasons of that. Seriously? Also, everybody calling everybody chef in a restaurant is fucking weird. You don't call the front of house chef. Ridiculous. Narcissistic leadership without buffers between them and the employees is a strong indicator of future failure in businesses. You'd be surprised at how many of those businesses are very successful. You're wrong, but it's okay, Big Dill Danionaire. I remember when, like, the first Chipotle I ever went to, and it used to be phenomenal. Then McDonald's bought like a majority stake, and it went to complete shit. But they make a lot more money now. I'll need 50K, so I have no personal risk. I think I know where I went wrong. I treat trading like waiting tables. My wage job. I ran when I should have walked. Stock Operator is such a great read. It's funny how the mistakes we make are universal. Yep. Part of the Chipotle experience is seeing some poor make your food. Oh, I didn't realize that. I call everyone in life chef, including my wife, which upsets her. I don't think Chipotle is a franchise. I think all the locations are corporately owned. Do you think this kava place has upside like Chipotle? It's pretty popular. People like the Mediterranean diet. Not that kava's healthy, but people think it is because it's got green stuff. Also, vegetables are cheap. I got some good runs on Chipotle in the past. I never really wanted to own it though. Something diamond top. No. On the short term, like on the 1 minute. That's. Mm, all right. You can have it, but it's not a very good indicator on such a short time frame. If Chipotle bought into a uranium mine, I'd have to full pour it. I've had runs from Chipotle as well. That's a bit different, but yeah. Pro tip, greet your Chipotle line servers, look them in the eyes, ask how they're doing, thank them for all the portions they give you. And then when the next person gets the bowl, ask for a little more meat. Works every time. Double meat without the charge. don't like people talking to people with soulless eyes for that long. It seems like I'd rather just pay for the meat. Selling dumb people bowls of lettuce for $12 is a winning business model. Who would have thought? As someone who's worked in the food industry, smooth operator is the absolute worst. Yeah. Do you guys tip at Chipotle? I would if I went there. Imagine just ladling fucking people's food into a tortilla all day. Fuck that. And no, I don't tip. Of course you don't, because you're an asshole. I actually don't mind tipping at places where like the people I'm tipping are actively making my food. I'm kind of okay with that. Although I was in a McDonald's the other day and the drive-through had a tip jar. Sounds like my next job if I lose this one. Ever been to El Pollo Loco? I've gotten food poisoning from El Pollo Loco twice. They always undercook their fucking chicken. It was at the McDonald's drive-through, but it was at the window you pay at, not like the second window. What did you get? I got an iced tea. Did you sue them? No. That was the cashier's personal jar. No, I got iced tea from the McDonald's. I got food poisoning from chicken at El Pollo Loco. If anything, McDonald's should have a third window you can tip at after you check to make sure your order's correct. AI will solve that problem. Maybe that's why Nvidia's price is so high. You don't have to tip AI. Or at least you don't feel bad about not tipping it. It's easier to dehumanize. I have a large cat in my pants. Okay. I just keep a handful of nickels in my pocket so they can hear the change hitting the bottom of the tip jar. I already know everybody who doesn't tip in the pickle jar. It's really easy to spot you. At this point, I'm probably just anybody who posts zero hedge tweets on a regular basis has never tipped for anything if they could avoid it. Okay, so it's pretty obvious I tip, but how much do I tip? Enough to keep you poorer than you should be. Bingo. To be fair, the pickle jar have a tendency to send you $3 once they make 1,000 in gains. Yeah, but I can solve that problem by not being lazy and just opening a fund and taking, 2 and 20, right? Or skirt some laws and open an investment club. Costello, fuck you, pores. I tip, fuck you, pores. Coo. Nice, man. Why tip for a job I'm capable of doing myself? Because you're too fucking lazy to do it. I tipped my urologist because I'm unable to pulverize my own kidney stones. I feel like I tipped too much because a lot of my friends were waiters, so I know how bad it was working as a waiter. Yeah, working in the service industry will definitely teach you how shitty it is really fast. I'd have to wait 2 years for the investment club. I've never received a tip. I need to work on more grateful patience. Well, hold on, Dave. I think we should define tip here. In all your years, no one's ever offered it to you? Breakdown here? No. That's on the cat 15 minute, looking like a reversal. I don't know, I sold all my cat earlier. It looks like a weaker retest of the prior level. Also, me 1, the state 0. Thank you, Costellosaurus. If you say 2 and 20 again, I'm gonna need new pants. Maybe I could get away with 3 and 30. I don't want to work that hard, though. I've had plenty of tips in hand, but 99% of the time they want it back. And the ones that don't get it back go to the pathologist. Do you think bulls can reach 45.35 if they break 45.20? If they'd buy some fucking calls higher than 45.25, maybe. The only tips at the library are baked goods purchased by patrons. You can't take it to the bank, but it's a nice gesture. You should sell your own baked goods. Just open like a small snack shop, and then the library regulars will get to know that you have refreshments. Shh. How much yearly average return would you should achieve in order to negotiate 3 and 30% for a fund? I mean, in order to get rates that high, you'd really have to crush the S&P. Probably 20-25%. You're allowed to be a proctologist if you have sausage fingers. I'd imagine that could even be like a qualifier. That's like one pickles pick. Yeah, but pickles picks aren't like largely scalable, right? Like you can't take that kind of risk as a fund. Watch me. Gabe Plotkin is not a good example of how to run a successful hedge fund for a long period of time. If you get offered something like life insurance, never below 0, never above 9, but the opposite, you get everything above 30. I mean, that's no. I mean, you won't get any investors. I think largely due to the perverts in this chat. Fund manager, sorry, we lost 50% of your port on weeklies. I'd love to make that phone call. He's one of the greatest traders of this generation, though. I mean, the fact that he's still alive and still rich after blowing up his hedge fund should tell you that he made his investors enough money that they still love him. I've seen the trailer for it. My HE gains are going up in smoke. Gains? He's a part owner of the Charlotte Hornets. Shoe carnival to the moon. Is Ivy on GME slowly trickling up? A little bit, yeah. A little bit of 44 or 45.30 buying. That's fun. Dork's little tips. Are they looking at each other for GME? One of them's like using the bathroom right now, and the other two are kind of just milling about in the living room. God damn it, fucker's trying to bait me into re-entering. I mean, probably want to wait for the theta to decay, right? Hmm. What is delta neutral and gamma neutral? Fast gamma, and where do I find them? How can they help? We have to calculate them, and they're the point at which the market maker is neutral delta, neutral gamma, or neutral gamma on shorter expirations. What do you expect after the stock split tomorrow? I expect it'll get shorted. Hmm. One sec, guys. I wonder if Jimmy's gonna run kind of hard at the end of the day here. A little bit. Interesting. Liquidity's getting pretty tight, even with the covering they've done. Maybe. Still pretty actively shorting that. Hmm. It's getting kind of crunchy. I think 1850 is important on GME. There's a lot of sold calls there. What's the landscape of the market looking like for the rest of the week? Kind of shitty right now. Fuckers trying to be. Would you be willing to explain the fundamental difference between CPI and PCE? It seems like CPI is PCE with some extra features. I'm not sure how bored you are with this chop. They're completely different. I mean, they're both measures of inflation, right? But the consumer price index is based off of like household surveys. And PCE is based off of like gross domestic product data. GDP. And what's it? It's like I think it's supplier reports. And then they both have like different like weight and calculation methods. This is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. But this is like the end user inflation. So inflation, like CPI is more like what households are experiencing, and PCE is more like what's priced into the current economic climate. Maybe YOLO swaggin'. You think we can see a higher bottom resistance established if Jimmy shows another positive earnings? Somewhere around 20 rather than 15, 16 we have now. No, I don't think it matters. It'd have to be a drastic improvement, and they're not going to produce that. Is there any KView liquidity stuff happening? It actually is starting to look a little better, but it's hard to tell without bigger moves in liquidity. And so far they've been kind of small since it was added to the S&P. How's the Apple positioning looking? Well, I was thinking about picking up some more. But I think I'll just sit on what I have. I have like 50 spreads right now. I don't want to go too crazy. Hey, Greg, had to cut some costs. So I cut Netflix, seeing as I watch you 50 times more than Netflix. I appreciate your daily patience with us. Thank you so much, man. I'm glad I was able to beat out stellar content like Love Island. I don't know. I have Netflix, but I don't really watch it very much. They canceled The Witcher, right? Shit, like downs or choppy boring? Choppy boring right now. This looks like it's gonna break down. It looks like it's gonna do nothing. Are they slipping here or just waiting, moving for cheap calls? I think waiting for cheap calls. Remember, there's no one to squeeze out to the upside, so it's a lot harder to pump this. Most of the effort seems to be in just keeping it above 4,500. I can't wait for my express $1 calls to go in the money tomorrow. Oh boy. The Witcher season 4 is scheduled, but no Henry. Oh wait, so they're gonna keep making it without him? Pfft, dumb. I'll try to indulge myself less and lean into the non sequiturs harder. Excellent. Can't people just report incorrect data? Yep. Yeah, they can. They do frequently. And then they get revised and also seasonally adjusted. The new Geralt is the young Hemsworth brother, the one from Hunger Games. Ah, oh well. Since the market is boring, can you give an update on expectations for Baba? Is September 15th still safe? Is rolling to end of the month the best play? For puts? Do you still have puts? It broke above 92.50. Yes, I was camping. You better hope China fucking fucks up bad in the next 2 weeks then. I don't know what level you have puts at. If you're like way out of the money, then they're probably awful. But if you're at like 90, they're not so bad. 90, 85. The 85s are a little riskier, but the 90s probably could print if we get another downturn. Did you hear about the cool surprises leaked for Apple event? Rumor says they're releasing marginally better phones and watches. The bigger shocker is apparently it's using USB-C. Well, yeah, they have to now to comply with the EU regulations, right? But it's like I'm sure it's going to be like a special USB-C. Otherwise, they're going to lose a ton of money, like all that licensing money for proprietary chargers. Who is bullish on Chewy? It looks like it's way overvalued, but way overvalued going into earnings, not coming out of earnings. That warrants a $200 billion FOMO pump, right? I mean, I wouldn't mind an extra 100 billion if they could throw it that way. I do have some bull call spreads that I would like to print a third time now. Apple charging will be subscription based. I don't understand, Chewy. Why wouldn't Purina just direct ship? Because they're a manufacturer. They don't want to deal with building up the customer side of the retail customer side of the business, right? I don't know if you deal with like actual customers at your job, but if you ran a company and you didn't have to deal with the general public ever, think about this. Would you then focus on dealing with the general public? Gross, right? The unwashed masses. Anybody can call your 1-800 number at any time, no matter how lonely they are. That's not how that works, Rims and Tims. That's the dream company. Zero general public interaction. Exactly. Hi, I would like to talk to you for 3 hours about my 14-year-old Sniffles, who ate your dog food and now seems lethargic. That's why I became a construction worker. Did BMW follow through with the subscription for the heated seats? Hey, instead of shipping your product to 20 warehouses in the US, why not try to ship to millions of locations and take calls about whether putting kibble in your butthole is poisonous? Anyway, long story short, someone's got to do it, right? Yeah, it is different. This USB-C has data, video, power, and data. 2x data? Fuck. Does Jensen know that Apple's coming for him? If you have a few 451 puts on SPY for Friday, they're pretty much sitting at break even. You think hold or sell and wait for this afternoon pump and reposition? Why would you wait for the market to go further up before repositioning? I don't even know what SPY is trading at, but I feel like you can't be that far out of the money with 451. You're like at the money. I'm not sure how concerned you need to be. It's is break even, sell and reposition. Oh, because like the 45.25 test uh for Friday. It's at 41 451.27. A test of GN is like probably, well, actually, I'll just look at what fucking gamma neutral is on SPY. Forty 453.13. Um, hmm. I mean, I guess you could, although there is some chance that you get an exit today, like a better exit today. You had one earlier. You should have taken that. But this could still fall back to 4,500, like where we're at right now. I think we'll see upside first, but or like a little more upside first, but there's not a lot of range to the upside. Like I'm not really sure that a test of gamma neutral is even all that plausible right now. Not unless we start getting a lot more out of the money call buying. There's very little interest at 45.35 currently. And you're above the 4,500 level, which is not a bad place to have puts if you have a little bit of theta. I have one express share. What do I do? Enjoy your one share post split. You probably won't get a fractional. Well, no, they loan the company the GPUs, right? And then the company gets a loan against ownership of the GPUs, which they then use to pay Nvidia back. A lot of stuff has been squeezed out already. They gotta buy it if they want uppies. Yeah. And they're really not buying a lot, which is interesting. It's gonna be hard to find a lot of buyers to the upside here with growth turning down. That's something most people understand. Make sure you don't have TOS or they'll charge you $39 for that share, though. They can start buying when leverage is max profitable in like an hour. Yeah, I mean, they should start buying before then, but ask how I know. You overheld your barbecue? Or, I don't know, AMC? Did you own AMC? Do you think they're still stuck in the short treasuries position? Well, if treasuries keep getting fucking hammered every day, that's not good for the treasury shorts. But yeah, the short position on treasuries is still very expansive. Quite large. Please say he got exercised on Rev. I don't know. Fuck was what? Did not go how I thought it would. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you were just charged for the additional shares. The same way you'd figure out how, like, delta neutral on your own portfolio, except someone else's portfolio and much larger. No. How underwater are you, Lawrence? You've been real panicky the last 2 days. I'm starting to think that your position management is not currently on point. Are we gonna see a K-view spike? I don't know. Guess roll to October? How much are they? Yeah. I don't know. I got a couple weeks. It doesn't change the expiration, Jellison. Also, why have you sold $1 calls on fucking Express? It's not on point. I hedged, but exited too early. Most of my puts are for October 20th, but my Roth had September 15s that are probably dead. I'm honestly just asking because I'm bitter and I want the pumpers to actually get blown up. I mean, you're talking about like a dispersion trade which has pumped the S&P for 3 months. Like they're not just gonna give up super fast because you want them to. Conditions are getting worse for them, but I think everyone wants to see them get blown up. That'd be really awesome. Here's my question, and I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but what happened on the 500 BPS dump that you were short and didn't make money? Netflix volume is so low, it's barcoding like an OTC penny stock. Do you want to fucking buy Netflix for $435 a share? Oh no, I made like 10K or something. Okay, so are you overall up, or... Yeah? Well, first off, manage your positions better. Take the opportunity to roll the shit out that you've already lost on. And reposition near the money, and keep your position near the money. You don't want to be caught with like part of your put position way the fuck out of the money and no hedge. Because if you let that happen a couple of times, you'll just blow up your port, right? You have margin, sell theta against them. First of all, get them nearer the money, but then once you have them nearer the money, sell some theta against them to offset the cost, or at least, restock your war chest in case you need to reposition again, right? It's not easy to manage swings. It's hard, but once you get the hang of it, it becomes natural. Red candle, I see that. I don't even have puts right now. Should I get some? Hey, that guy's 451 spy things are better. 4,500? Maybe. Continuation here? I don't know how much downside this has. Remember, there's support at 4,500. Quite a bit of it. Do I want to buy like a 45.15 here? Hmm. Bulls just want cheaper calls. That's what I'm thinking. I have a similar issue with my spy puts, but they're 415 instead of 451. What, dude? No, Madara. Yes, and then no. Dixie's coming back up. Like, hard? Ooh. Hmm. What exposure does HE have to ETFs? IJH is the largest holding by a lot. And they've already hit it pretty hard. What's going on with E-Trade? I have no idea. I had to play interference between two managers fighting. With talk of ADHD earlier, was what you said about ADHD and medicine that can make trading harder? Oh, it can, well, it can, promote, like, well, depends on your prescription, but some prescriptions can promote risk-taking behavior. Is this some de-risking? Maybe. I'm waiting to see how far this drops. Amphetamines do not promote that. What are you talking about? You trade unavailable to you and other designated clients from 9/1/2023 at approximately 8 p.m. Eastern to 9/4 at approximately 4 p.m. Eastern. Any payments or transfers should be made in advance. Are they updating their platform or something? Using the 3-day weekend to do maintenance? Yeah, that sounds about right. It's like Friday night to Monday afternoon, right? Like, what's the big deal? It can increase the propensity to make risky decisions. Yeah. Mitch McConnell freezing again at the podium. How's that any different than his political career of doing nothing? 45, 35, still a possibility. It hasn't been a possibility for most of the day now. Nope, there's even less positioning at 45.30 than there was earlier. It still looks like 20 and 25 to the upside. Maybe it pushes 30, but I don't think it like breaks GN. I haven't been stopped out of anything because I haven't set any stops. Am I doing this right? Killing it. I ate only pretzels for lunch. Is this a good diet? Were they like the hard dried ones or like soft pretzels? Do you plan on only eating pretzels from now on? Is this your new reality? When the trading day is over, what do you do to prepare for the next trading day? Shitpost on Discord. Sometimes I'll get dinner. And then I look at charts until I pass out. Does shorting yen inadvertently drag Dixie up with it? It would. I mean, yes, but that's not the. If you're shorting yen, it would be going down. Versus the dollar, which would make the dollar more valuable. Is making white part of your daily pre trade ritual? No. Hold on one sec. Hmm. Out of the money call buying. All right. Jumped off my Nvidia and QQQ calls. Okay. More downs incoming or a bounce possible? I think a bounce is possible, but we may go down a little bit further first. That might be the end of it. VIX up, dollar up. More like dollar up, VIX up. When do you think the market will realize that everything is fucked? Believe me, it's deeply aware. question for you guys that trade 0DTs on Fidelity. Do they auto close cash settled options? They don't, right? Or is there like a setting you have to fucking change? They just don't? Okay, cool. I've never traded 0DT SPX on Fidelity before, so I was just curious. Remember that one time you almost choked to death on a croissant? Yep. I would have died alone. That's when I decided that I would keep streaming every day. It was at that moment. I want my death to be witnessed. So we could powerlessly watch as you die? Yeah. I could call 911 and say someone is dying in New York City. I think the stream of those phone calls to the NYPD would be the icing on the cake, right? I can't see you, Grim2. You're gray. Why are you two different colors? But I want to look that up. It would be HPD. Hang up on me. I just told them to look for a serial killer's apartment that has multiple industrial freezers, and there's a pool on the roof. I'm clearly not a serial killer. Pumping time? I fucking hope so. I just bought a bunch of out of the money calls. Dork. Look at that prompt. If you're not a serial killer, why do you know so much about knives, cutting, and you own tons of knives? I like to cook. Food, not people. There's not enough time in the day between shitposting and research, except weekends, right? Why do we always do the exact opposite? I just want a bunch of puts. It's lean hog, not long pig. You're highly intelligent, wealthy, and very charming, live alone, have no empathy, and 2 industrial-sized freezers. Very serial killer potential. They're sub-zero freezers, and they're gourmet. And I have empathy, I think. Can you make me a mod? I need to curse at the market. Surely JFresh or Dork know where you live and can call an ambulance for you. They might be able to do that, but would they? It's been a long the quant road's been a long it's been a long road. Serial killers are never rich, right? That's a different kind of psychopath, of which I'm not either kind. I would, but then I'd demand a lot of money in the form of TGI Fridays gift cards. Dork, I swear to God, if I start dying, and the first thing that happens is I get a notification that you've gone live on Twitch, I'm gonna haunt you forever. I wasn't even paying attention. I heard you say puppies and instantly bought a call, and I'm up 10% already. Is it that easy, guys? Now I just need Gherk to say bull, bear, bull, bear, bull, bull, bull. Serial killers are never rich because the ones that are never get caught. You'll always have his memory that way. I'll cut you right out of the will. I'm gonna call my lawyer and add that tonight. Last thing you ever see is notification from your bank account about $5,000 in TGIF gift cards being purchased. Play the bear song, we go up. We're probably gonna go up anyway. I don't need to play any songs to make that happen. Definitely more cult leader than serial killer potential, but hey, you can never tell. I've never had relations with any of your wives. So I don't see how I could be a cult leader either. Not that there haven't been offers, and Carl doesn't count, but damn, this is like really a struggle for them. That's nuts. So I bought these calls, Dork, but what if they lose? They can't, right? Not over an hour and a half. It's unfathomable that they wouldn't push it back up to 45.20. PSA, all major US stock exchanges will be closed Monday, September 4th, 2023, in observance of Labor Day. Thank you so much, RC's newest bag holder. Who would have thunk? I normally regret it when I say this, but the Bulls stink today. Yeah, they're really having a hard time with like ES 45.20. How does Labor Day affect NOPEX? I mean, it doesn't. Quick, someone taunt them. Hmm. Bro, the borrow rate. Oh wait, did Jamie's borrow rate go up today? Someone called me on Discord. Nope. No, it went down. Did you ever get a chance to hear Big Spoon's "Take Me Home"? Could you play it for us? I didn't, and no. I bought a Sirius subscription and the stock didn't go up, or my call's dead. That's not how stocks work, Jeff G. If I want to play Spy Upside into the end of the day, is it better to buy 1 DTE instead of 0 DTE? I mean, if you have like a cash account or you don't have to worry about day trades, then it doesn't matter. I would like to retract my statement and apologize for giving the Bulls too much credit. Yeah, they're getting rugged. Although maybe not for long. Hmm.
I taunted the Bulls so hard. I missed it. They're probably not going to push to 45.20 till tomorrow, it seems. I don't know about that. Can you do some Fibonacci retracement on the TA for me on the VIX, please? Yeah, sure. The price will be somewhere in that circle. For all my member milestone chats, I would like you to play Big Spoon's Take Me Home, but also please let me know before you do so I can stab my eardrums with a pen first. They're out of tea. Time for the Bears. Are they ever out of tea? Nvidia announces they're releasing new graphics crisps to skirt the chip ban. That's part of their partnership with Frito-Lay. Frito-Lay's new 1200 nanometer process is... It's hot. Boz, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. That's what I paid for. Was that an invisible pimento? Can you give an update on HE? It's still just trading flat at like 13 something, right? Yeah, it's just trading flat at 13.50. It's slightly higher than yesterday's price. Somebody might need dollars. Everyone wants dollars. I want dollars. If SPX has hit 4,300 today, I would make money. Bullish. I just bought calls on the dip. I don't want it to go down. I want them to get VIX 13 by close. Or, well, under 14. 13, whatever. 13.99. You gotta learn to hedge. That way you make money in either direction. Well, currently, my highest strike put is at 4,500. But I've got a few days on it, so... I just sold my puts and bought a call. Huh.
Jimmy's hips look like garbage right now. Because we're selling all the Jimmy calls next week before earnings, so I can profit off the gains and IV spike. It could be, unless earnings is good. So let's talk about the HE play. Does it have something to do with the court case? Yeah. So the other day they declared their innocence, saying that they're being scapegoated by Maui County, and that they have evidence that power lines were shut off before the second fire started. You're the best husband a Dan could ever ask for. I love you with all my heart. Thanks, Darth. Is Jamie pumping based on covering and or regarded call buying into earnings? Both. That's a weird way of saying I love you, Dork. But it works. Commitment is increased. Any indication of Nvidia sold calls peeling back or doubling down? I'll have a better idea tonight, but it looks like it got rejected off its test of pretty hard off of its test of 500, which is bearish. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You can't just send me porn like that with everyone watching me. It's weird. Based on your data, where does it look like the SPX ends today? Sometime between now and the end of the day, they'd probably really, really like to test 45.25. Maybe 30. Check DMs for anniversary chug. It's 25 months. That's not a notable time frame. Ah, you son of a bitch. I'm glad to see you have some daylight in your room. Also, is that a bow in the corner? Intel has unveiled its revolutionary Sierra Forest microchip that provides the same computing power for half the electrical consumption of traditional data center chips. So, puts on AMD? And an axe and a sword and a machete. And they call me the serial killer. Isn't 25 months the liquor anniversary? I don't know, Randy. Nvidia, Apple, Spy, Tesla, all finally above VWAP. That's bullish, right? Like Voltron? Yeah. He's just putting on a weird fellowship cosplay. Intel probably still hasn't caught up to AMD with Sierra. Probably not. Why are we going up? Because I bought calls at 45.15, Rims and Tims. We've been over this. How many 4,500C did you buy out of the money today? Oh, on the dip earlier? Not many, actually. Yeah, I didn't pick up any calls off of the dip until I don't know. It was like when we retested 45. I had 45.05 and 45.10. And then I had some calls later on too, but they sucked. Like I had some, where was it? I think it was like here. And then I got stopped out like right here. And then it went up. I have calls right now. Have you no shame? My baby cubs should have been a better mama bear. I know a guy with a collection of weapons, and he also practices some sort of made-up martial arts in his front yard on a busy street with a big stick. Okay, Jen, that's husband material if I've ever heard it. First off, he might own that house. That's a catch. And he's in good shape and knows how to handle a stick. He'll never cheat. No, his wife works here. No, just no. All right, never mind. See, someone already nailed that one. All the good ones are taken. He made up his own martial arts. He's a genius. He knows his way around the human body. That's what that tells me. That's not made up. That's Rex Kwando. You make it sound like the dating pool in Ohio's slim pickings, Gen. Dork. They're up 10% from when I screenshotted that and sent it to you. I agree. The good ones are gone. Carl, married. Philly Dan, married. You, married to me. No, I'm not. Illinois. Jesus, I'm not in Ohio. Oh, okay. That's slightly better. A little bit less corn. Maybe. Equivalent corn? It's a bigger state. Hey, I'm in Ohio. I'm also married and like to swing sticks in my yard. I'm gonna hang out on the sidelines till LDW. No more trades left because of PDT, and my Cubs are getting trampled. You left them right in the middle of the road. Chicago suburb. It's not general Illinois cornland. The south of Illinois. Just FYI, Peoria is not a suburb of Chicago. If it's Peoria. I know people from there, and they've said it's a suburb of Chicago, and they lied to me. Illinois and Ohio are roughly equivalent, with the exception of Chicago and Gary, Illinois, as a good city and the worst place on earth. It's not that bad. Oh, that's the fancy part of Chicago. Just because I was curious, Ohio corn production is 150% that of Illinois. It's harder to harvest your corn when you're getting shot at. All right? So don't be so fucking judgy. Show us the cat. No. Show us the cat lady. I have a picture of her somewhere. This is the deciding moment, Dork. Fuck yeah. Keep piling on that risk. I will. It's harder to harvest corn when you're getting shot at. Is going in my quotes folder. I'd expect nothing less. Yeah, we can't afford a dip. Stop sending me 1 minute pictures of the goddamn yield curve. I can't believe we were below 43.50, ready for the short vol trade to collapse not too long ago. You'd be surprised how quickly we could get back there, too. Oh no, bitch bulls at 45.20, dork. Imagine selling early. Also, have driven I-70 across Illinois to St. Louis. There's no one there to shoot at you. That's not true. They're just hiding in the cornfields. These bulls are acting like cowards. You said that last time, and I read it. I love how we're like, yeah, the SPX is going to close up 75 BPS after having 115 BPS day. I mean, why not? Oh, okay. Have you ever had a long distance relationship? Stop trying to dig for information about your girlfriend with the mustache, man. Ha, they didn't get my stop. Fucking weak bulls. They can't get my stop. I don't have any. Wait, that one was a lie. Don't look at that, Dork. Look at this one. 40% in one tick. You think I might be slightly overexposed to gamma here? Is the charm on 4500s going to kick in soon? I mean, it kicks in if we're near 4500. Up here, I doubt it has that much of an effect. I don't like plantains. We're about to enter a period of 60-hour work weeks for the next month or so. Due to Hurricane Idalia, do you work in insurance or construction? Got a 4525C for 45 cents. Nice. I work in insurance software. That'll do it. You said that bulls may try for 4535 if 4510 breaks. Is that possible, or is there not enough time to realize a move like that? I feel like you asked me this exact same question earlier. There's no call interest at 4535 right now. The peak of like the call buying is at like 4530. Although if they get some momentum here, maybe they'll buy up the 35, but right now they're not. HE starting to look interesting. It looked a lot more interesting earlier when it tested 1450. Let's grab three. Count them three. 452 calls on SPY. Is this a bullish flag on SPX SPY? Yes. Well, it's already broken out of the bull flag, but there was one. Now it's more of a pennant, ascending triangle, which is a bit slower of a breakout, but still a bullish pattern. Truth or dare? Have you ever made out with a woman who has a mustache? No. What's the dare? You being green is exactly what's wrong with this market. It's everything that's right about this market, Doric. Are you saying that my far out of the money zero DTE call purchases don't deserve to be up 100%? Oh yeah. Look at that. They want it. They want to taste the sweet nectar of gamma neutral. That's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, you have to admit, the timing on the entry was excellent. This just looks like fair, balanced market mechanics. You know what's driving the US economy? China's economy shitting the bed. There's the bull case. China sucks, US number one. Dare buy AMC at the top? Thoughts on closing gains before tomorrow's data? Think it'll be bearish or bullish? Um, there's not a lot of liquidity above GN. I don't even know if we'll test GN today, to be honest. So tomorrow might be another shot at trying to push it up above, maybe on the back of better PCE data. Although PCE could just come in hot tomorrow because oil prices have been up. China's desperate need for dollar liquidity, but the pride to not directly state it is what's partially helping this pump. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they can't admit it, right? Well, I guess they could now that they've cut all their banks and hedge funds off from selling stocks. We're the least worst country. Yay. I full ported GME calls when you made the offhand comment that GME might move today. Win prompt. Win prompt. I mean, did you full port them at market open? Because you should be up. You should already be prompting. China's doing fine in BRICS money though. BRICS isn't a real currency. It's BRICS is like 6 crackheads playing 3-card Monty behind a deli in an alleyway. Do we get an inflation print tomorrow or something? PCE. Have you ever looked at ARR? It's a dividend stock. I think someone asked me about that like last week. It's a REIT, right? High yield REIT? There's got to be some risk there. Hybrid adjustable rate and adjustable rate residential mortgage backed securities? Fuck that. Can confirm nobody accepts bricks as payment for goods or services. I've tried. Is there any chance of GME run to 24? 24 is a bit high right now, at least. But it does look like it's going up. Also, good call on Apple. I bought in on that little dip this morning. Yeah, me too. It's been doing well. VIX completely massacred, 100% dead. It's not living its best life. Does Apple positioning look like it'll continue its uptrend into tomorrow? So it usually takes a really long time for call positioning to break down on Apple. Once it gains like directional momentum, it's likely to keep up. I don't know if it'll move up to 190 by Friday, but it could. How much are your 4515C up? 127%. You think we hit GN that will just de-risk a ton? Possibly. I mean, I would be prepared for that on a test of GN. No, VIX calls are still mispriced. Apple was 179 one trading day ago. I think it could hit 190. But I don't want to say that, JFresh, because then people will overhold it if the market rejects hard, right? Obviously, I think it could hit 190. That's why I sold the 190. And bought the 85 and then 87.50 and well, actually I don't have I now have the 87.50 192.50, but I don't know, dork. Tiny rejection. Biden expects to reach out to McConnell today. Asks where a telegraph station is. McConnell's just pausing to upload his thoughts to the cloud. Don't you bury me. Cave, you about to test 2315? Damn. Should bears be rooting for them to test GN? No, because a failure to test it would be even more significant, right? Like all this pump to fail under GN? That seems rough. Yup. Is that 30? Or is that 25? Oh, okay. I'm surprised there's still sold calls at 20. They haven't pulled back already. You look at Jamie on the 5-minute, it looks funky to me. Does it? It's just kind of stair-stepping up as they cover a little bit at a time, right? Tips are starting to turn around into close. Ever so slightly. Do we have to wait until next quarter for continued downs on SPY? If this FOMC is a nothing burger, not necessarily. Japan's speaking tonight about moving to modern monetary policy. God damn it! Stop rug pulling the pump. These fucking stop loss haunts. So vicious. Mostly MMs. They're not necessarily intentional. I mean, they can be, right? Because like their algos can target big piles of stop losses, but where they can get like, you know, better pricing or improved arbitrage. Um but generally speaking, they're just like an effect of like shifting leverage as you move from strike to strike. Has Japan run out of US treasuries to sell to float their economy? No. They wouldn't want to sell all their US treasuries, right? Those are political protection. They're still the largest holder of US treasuries besides the Fed. Are they really selling the 4525p for September? Maybe. If Japan sold all their treasuries, yields would be north of 10%. Yeah. Probably more than that. It's like trillions. Welcome back, tenderized loins. Interesting. I think they're just picking up more out of the money calls. Yep. Still buying a shitload of 20 and 25. Are you still planning to close Apple spreads before end of day? It depends on how much it moves up. If it's just gonna be right here, I have no reason to close them. They're not profitable yet. They're just like sitting at like 0%. If you have the 85.90, you're probably up. But I sold the 85.90 earlier at like right after the first test of the mid trend. So now I have 87.50, 92.50 spreads, and those are just kind of like sitting at break even right now. I guess I can't straddle PCE if Fidelity is gonna troll. I have Fidelity open right now. I don't have any problems. Ooh. I mean, it's the issue's futures, right? It's not really the options chain. Try to select an account to trade. It's not populating. Huh. Locked in with 492 spy calls. Let's fucking go. Jesus. Like, you just keep getting dragged back to 45.20 on futures. There's still like 40 minutes left though. Hmm. It's just like hyper aggressive stop loss hunting. It's very strange. Too many 45.20s sold for too cheap. All of the macroeconomic crash talk this year feels very similar to GME MOASS. Could it be possible that no crash or large correction in the near future? How near of the future? 3 months? Sure. 6 months? Probably not. A year? Jimmy Moas is based on fake things, and the problems with the economy are very, very real. The Fed wasn't making decisions based around GME's MOAS. MOASS could have been real until RC fucked it up. I mean, GME could have retested like $480 till RC fucked it up. But that didn't make MOASS real. Maybe 1,000. Although 1,000 probably unlikely. This is crazy. I just refreshed my Fidelity and it's working fine. Have you guys tried logging out and logging back in and like starting a new session? ATP is not working? I mean, use the browser or the mobile. There's redundancies. ATP seems fine. Maybe it's like regional. Fidelity Mobile is a joke. I mean, most mobile brokerage apps are, but if you need to close a trade, you need to close a trade, right? I think I messed up some setting in IBKR. All my positions are showing up red now. I'm not sure what I did. Have you seen this before? I finally regained my access to IBKR, and my goodness, my puts are massacred. Anyway, what's your prediction for tomorrow? I don't know. Let's see if they can get their 4420 and 40 or 4520 and 4525s in the money today. They're definitely trying really fucking hard. They got a little more vol back to short. I don't know if it's going to do them any good, but the descending nature of this Head and Shoulders is slightly bearish. Let's go from here. I need to give a lot of credence to the stop loss answer. We're just gonna rip this in the last 10 minutes. I mean, they just keep buying more and more calls. Right? Like, look at the 20 and 25. Someone's pushing back, though. Each of these is a little higher than the last. Interesting. Thanks, Magnanimous. Are they 0 DTE calls? Yeah. It looks like a bunch of the 25s are being sold. No? Possibly both. Actually, no, it's definitely both. It's being sold and bought. I mean, but the 20 is still being bought really heavily. The 15 not so much, but maybe now that it's out of the money. Yeah, the volume's ramping up on the 15 now that it's out of the money too. Oh. Short VIX again. Now or never. Yeah. Why are VIX calls so expensive? What's the cause of this? The price of the contract in front? Yeah, no, I mean, it's obvious that they're trying to pump it. But the VIX isn't in fucking backwardation. The resistance isn't 45.15, it's 45.20 and 25. But if they start closing calls here, it'll rip. Like short calls. Would it help me if we all used our hands on the SPX to help it perform and fulminate? What? Likely outcomes from Japan tonight? I mean, they're not making any decisions tonight. They're just discussing... They're discussing the potential of moving towards a more standardized rate if it can bring inflation in line with their 2% goal. Although simply the news of that could be enough to cause a correction.
There you go. Wiggle it. $20 left. Oh. Okay. So support at 45.10, interest at 45.20. Ooh. Interesting. It's a pretty big loss to the Bulls if we close below 45.20 today. Fight bearish participant. Fight. Loss of the Bulls when it's up 150 BPS in 2 days. All that matters is today. They're not above gamma neutral. Hmm. Ew. That's not very strong. Can they reverse it? That's a head and shoulders, right? But if it reverses, it's super bullish. It doesn't look like they're winning. Oof. That can't be good. Dixie's pushing up still. I mean, that's like all the way back to the trend, right? It's pretty bad.
15 minutes left. Are we pumping or just hear me out? I know it might sound crazy, but what if we don't pump? I know. It's not that crazy. Isn't Charmazilla affecting those calls? The sold ones. Man, they're really trying to push VIX down, but they're not getting any upside. Fidelity Turing gang committed in chat today. I have Fidelity open right now. I'm not having the same issues. A bunch of people were on ATP too and weren't having any problems. So I think it's just like regional or something. There it is. Fuck, man. Look how hard they had to push. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm not having any problem watching my call die. They're trying to breathe life back into it, Dork. If 200 on 45.20, see that I plan to Turing anyway, despite Fidelity being broken. I see. Well, old friend, it looks like we may be nearing the end for now. I incurred a PDT restriction, blown up my ports, and admitted my zero DTE addiction has gotten out of hand. I'll see you next month when my gambling check clears. Well, bon voyage until then, I suppose. Low bulls stink. Yeah, they keep losing a lot of ground. Does it look like the pumpers have no hair on their chest, or is there finally a furry bear kicking this down? There's a lot of call sellers trying to prevent their calls from going in the money. Some of them are also closing their sold calls. And there's a lot of call buyers trying to pump the market up. So it's a bit of a struggle. Although they just tried to pump really, really hard and failed. So, and there's 7 minutes left now. $4,500 end of day? No, I don't think so. If anything, like 45.10 or just under 45.10. It only takes them a couple candles to get the price back up, right? These 45.10 puts. Quite a lot of puts, actually. Capitulate on the test. That was interesting. All right. How about 44.95? No. How many puts are they selling in order to drop this VIX this much? I mean, a decent amount, right? That was a huge drop. Actually, both of these into end of day were kind of nuts. They push VIX down like 3%. And and SPX is like flat on where it was, right? When they started pushing it down. Or almost back to flat. I'm just surprised they pushed down so hard on VIX and failed. Like, if all that wasn't an effort to get the 45.20 back in the money, well, that was pathetic. We've still got 2 minutes for a god candle. I don't know if they'll get it. Maybe. Don't forget to buy the calls when they showed it. Oh shit, I need to get a straddle. Fuck me. You can't blame Todd for this mess. I mean, he tried really hard, right? Alright, 1 minute left. They got me today. Burned up everything I made yesterday. We're gonna close at spot. $20 candle, go. $20 is a bit excessive. Maybe 5. Who said it's gonna go up, though? No, it's going up. Ding ding. The day is done. 45.15. That'll adjust in a second. That's so funny as hell. Fuck your candle, all you get is wick. Well, that was interesting. Multiple failures to regain the 20 and 25 level where call interest was strongest. 3 so far today. Obviously, we'll see where positioning shakes out overnight, and they slammed the VIX without really getting it anywhere. I mean, I still think ultimately 45.35 is the goal, right? But or well, gamma neutral, wherever that's moved today. Probably a little closer to the money. It's probably at like 45.30 now. Futures had a pretty hard time pulling up above 45.20 almost all day. Hold on, we'll take a look at that here. So yeah, I mean futures just kind of chopped back and forth across 45.20 ever since this morning. This is like the confirmation point for the double bottom breakout. Right? So, I mean, we closed above it, which is, you know, technically bullish, but the triple top rejection across today might not be so bullish going into the end of this week. And And I do expect that with worsening data, non-farm unemployment, PCE over the next 2 days, that we may start to see some downside, given that they've so far failed to break GN. That means VIX remains sensitive and the MM is still selling into falling prices. And since there isn't enough liquidity for the bulls to push up much higher, they may fail. And if they do, you know, we're going to be looking to the, well, obviously the 45.20 level initially, but 4,500 and 44.90 are going to be very important downside confirmation levels. Tonight, Bank of Japan is going to be speaking on their forward monetary policy, or establishment of a more modern monetary policy. Depending on how that speech goes, I mean, the rumor of Japan moving up their, you know, yield curve dropped the market 100 BPS last time. So the news of them potentially instating a positive central bank rate would be significantly more bearish for anybody currently caught in the yen dollar carry trade. And if they feel that, especially after their consumer confidence was down today, if they feel that establishing a positive central bank rate is going to push them towards their target of 2% inflation, they're gonna take advantage of that. Can the bulls pump through that kind of Japan news? And the bulls couldn't pump through fucking gamma neutral, despite having little to no upside resistance today. There's no liquidity, right? This all of this pumping shit only works because, well, for two reasons, right? Either you're above gamma neutral and the market maker's buying the dip, right? Or you have short calls that you can squeeze out. Except this time, all of the short call interest was between like 44.60 and 44.80. And they squeezed that out yesterday. And all they didn't really even squeeze them out. They just rolled their positions up to like 44.25 to 44.50. The only thing propping them up today is probably tomorrow's collar, and when that rolls off, there's no more positive like charm flows from that, right? And so the support at 4,500 vanishes. I don't think that's good for them. I mean, there's no one to squeeze, there's no one to buy the dip except them. It's too much to hold up with, you know, zero DTE leverage. And then, you know, nobody's confident in the market right now, right? There's no bullish news. Earnings are over and they were lackluster. Growth is down. Projected it's down almost 0.5%, right? There weren't buyers up there a month ago. Nothing changed. Yeah, this is just worse than a month ago. So up, got it. I believe what you want, but it's not looking good for them. They had their shot, and they kind of fucked it up. The VIX shorting is getting out of hand, though. I mean, it just creates more Vega risk, though, if the market slips, right? No problem, Girk's publicist. Thank you for 27 months. You've grown the channel immensely. VIX shorting's got a hand. Just check it in. End of day here. How did VIX get smashed? I mean, they were trying to get their 45.20s in the money. They were not successful. So they sold even more puts today after de-risking to pump more. They needed above GN. Otherwise, de-risking's gonna just tank the market back to 4,400. They need the market maker to buy the dip, right? So you can't really de-risk effectively unless you get it back above gamma neutral. They didn't do that today. I mean, they may still try tomorrow, but they failed today. And now tomorrow, you know, they've got another unknown to deal with. The MM doesn't give a shit, right? They just want to make their money on the spreads and arbitrage. All right. Once we get options data in, I'll have updates out later tonight. Probably a little later into the Asian session. Depending on if I'm home in time. Otherwise, even later than that. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody. Later.